Time to continue. Well, last time we stopped basically right as soon as we got to the Dark World. And today we're gonna pick right up. We did get told by Sahasrara that the first thing we need to do is go to the Palace of Darkness. God, I'm already in a bad spot, huh? Excuse me. But yeah, Dark World, it's a pretty big damage increase for enemies, huh? Also, we're now going to be running into the fact that we don't always respawn with full health. We have enough hearts that... Like, I forget if it actually scales with how many hearts you have total, or, like, if it's like... Oh, like, you are always this far off of full health or whatnot, or if it's just that you always only at most respawn with 6. Oh, helpful. So just to recap a couple things, our goal is to go to each of the palaces and whatnot to free all of the descendants of the sages. So far, all we know about is the first descendant, which is in the Palace of Darkness, which is why we're heading there. This way we can stop Aghanim's plan from weakening the barrier between the, well, what's now currently known as the Dark World, what originally was the Sacred Realm. God, I'm getting my ass kicked, huh? Hey, some pegs. Don't have a way of interacting with them right now. Oh, there was a thing in the light world that I forgot to do entirely. I forgot that I could go under the bridge. So yeah, right now, pretty much our only thing we can do is head to the Palace of Darkness. Now that we're in the Dark World, we are much more gated by where we can go, just simply by what items we have. Thankfully, we're invincible when bonking. Otherwise, I would have taken a hit there. Here's the Dark World equivalent of the Witch's House. It's just a store. If we ever did lose a shield to a like, well, here's where we can get one. Still be just a basic shield, though. Yeah, I currently have only 2 empty bottles, so... Let's buy 2 potions. And yeah... Similar to how, you know, everybody, like, on Death Mountain, the people we encountered there that came to the Dark World here got transformed because of the golden power. Yeah, we're not really going to be encountering any humans in the Dark World. They might have once been. But things are kind of different right now. Does kind of sound like the Dark World, which used to be the Sacred Realm. Kinda been in a bad spot for a while. Something has corrupted the golden power. Well, let's see about that curse. He's not as threatening as his message made him sound. So with that, we got our first medallion. Oh. The Quake medallion. Just making sure that I can't go into anything. Once again, playing Link Between Worlds and how it shares the world map will at times make it be like, wait, is there a thing here? I recall there being a thing here, and I'm mixing up which game it was in. I can still block things when underwater. Good. Well, when swimming. Like, yeah, I'm fairly certain in Link Between Worlds, one of these waterfalls has a passage behind it, because of course it would. How could it not? It's a waterfall in a video game. Oh. Link swimming with his shield in front of him. How would that even look? Like, as far as swimming form. Oh, well, hey, whirlpool. See where it takes us. I'm currently just going around seeing how far I can explore in the Dark World before the game forces me to go into the Palace of Darkness. Yeah, getting into the Dark World, I think I might have mentioned it last stream, but this is kind of where the real game begins. This is where the game takes the gloves off and is functionally... Oh, Quake doesn't affect them, they're flying. I guess that makes sense. I should have used a potion. But it's where the game takes the gloves off, and it is the point at which the game goes, okay, we know you're past the tutorial, you know how Zelda, like, how this game's design works, you know how Zelda design works from now on. So, here's where it actually, like, ramps up the challenge and increases the openness of things. As much as we are pretty limited, we're also pretty open at the same time. It'll become more apparent as we progress. That, like I said, pretty much the only thing gating us from anything is just items. There's a lot of different item gates, but, like, yeah. As long as we just get the item that solves them, we have a way around it. And we can further explore and whatnot and tackle things in actually a surprisingly flexible order. And it also means that because things are now gonna get, you know, notably harder, if we're ever struggling in a dungeon, we can just leave, like, after getting the item and just see what we can explore outside of it. Potentially even going into other dungeons and seeing what they have. Oh, right. I have the magic mirror. So I can still head back to the light world. In some instance. Like, well, I'm pretty much free to head back now. See you, losers. Screw this Dark World thing. No. Yeah, I found, that's kind of the first instance of a real sort of Dark World, Light World puzzle where you recognize the shared location and you warp between the two using the mirror to get an item that you otherwise couldn't reach. Oh. The way this game integrates the whole Dark World, Light World stuff is really nice. That's why I didn't use a potion earlier, by the way, because I knew I was close to a fairy fountain. So yeah, that warp really just took us to another place we could have reached by foot anyways. Yep. Give that back. So yeah, we can't... That's obviously a thing that we can't get inside. We are going to have to be able to... Well, actually... We'd have to warp from this spot to get into that little ice area. We'll just call it the Ice Palace, because I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I'm pretty sure that is its name. But there's a suspicious rock here, so we can't actually warp directly into the Dark World from anywhere. We can always warp out of the Dark World, but never into it from anywhere. And we can't pick up this rock. So, no way of getting in there right now. Oh. So that's what happens if you warp into or out of the Dark World onto a tile that you cannot stand on. So because I was intersecting with the wall there, that's why it warped me back. Had me take the warp again just from the from another side of it, just to make sure. Because of the shape of this. Ah, I thought it was land. Never mind. Yeah, that's kind of a lot of like handling the Dark World and Light World stuff, is recognizing like, okay, this seems a bit different from what I remember being here in the Light World equivalent. So maybe if I warp over to the Light World, I'm accessing something I can't normally reach. And yeah, I can't get back up. I can't get up on there. Let's see. This is probably, yeah, it just puts me in water. It is worth mentioning that in terms of warps into the Dark World, the only one we have access to right now is Hyrule Castle. I believe this was mentioned by Sahasrarla, that the gate to Hyrule Castle now functions as a warp, and that's kind of like, well, that's where like the whole like tear between dimensions that Aghanim has created is starting. So that's kind of the only way we have of accessing the Dark World from the Light World right now, outside of our own little warps that we make, like, to go back in. And hey, I don't know if there was anything here. I think there might have. Oh. Well. Ow. Oh, neat. Neat that it's using the phrase decanter for that. So if we freeze something and then hammer it, which we don't have a hammer, I guess we're getting a hammer, then we'll get, that's a way of getting magic refilled. Have to spend a little to get it, but hey, that's just a fairy fountain here. And the thing right next to it is a hand. What do you got to say, hand? Profitable story. Okay, and he healed us for free. Well, not for free, but... So, in the Light World, there is a master locksmith who is hiding as a middle-aged man. So if we ever have the needs of a locksmith, then we do have a hint of someone to find. So remembering that I had the magic mirror, I'm gonna use that. Just right here. Okay, I can't access the bridge from here, but like under the bridge from directly there, but still. It is also worth mentioning that now that we've entered the Dark World, I think it might have just been getting the Master Sword, but entering the Dark World definitely means that it is the case, but a lot of enemies have kind of increased in strength or like upgraded on the overworld. So even the Light World itself is more dangerous now. So yeah, like I said, I completely forgot that this was the thing. Now that I can swim, I can go under the bridge. Wake this guy up. He knows us and gave us a free bottle. Yeah, Link seems to be generally pretty well known around here. Hence a lot why, like, in spite of, you know, the wanted posters for us, why a lot of people still will talk to us and trust us. So there, we have our third bottle. Well, time to head into the Palace of Darkness. There's not really much else we can do in the Dark World. Oh, hey. Oh, I think that is actually the first time it's referred to as the Triforce, which is outright a thing that's meant to connect this to Zelda 1 and 2. Because, like, until now, it's been just referred to as the power of gold and been this mysterious thing in this other world, the Golden Realm, the Sacred Realm and whatnot, and now the Dark World as we know it. But up until this point, it's just been referred to as the Golden Power. And that, I think, is the first instance of somebody referring to it directly as the Triforce. Which, yeah, that would be something that is meant to, like, in writing be like, hey, this is how this kind of, like, hey, you remember the Triforce in Zelda 1 and 2? That's what everybody's actually talking about when they're talking about the Golden Power. Which, as we know, in Zelda 1 and 2, we just go around the dungeons and find it, so obviously, as a result of everything here, like, after... Because Link to the Past is a prequel game. That's the reason for its name. It is because they didn't want to localize it as Triforce of the Gods, which admittedly, but much more direct way of referring to it, but they didn't want to, you know, have the religious reference in there. So they went with the fact that, hey, this is supposed to be a prequel to Zelda 1 and 2. So let's just call it Triforce of the Gods. Well, let's call Triforce of the Gods A Link to the Past. Because this game is a link to the past of Zelda 1 and 2. Okay. You'll probably heal me too. I already did it. Would have been helpful if I didn't, so would have reminded me. Yeah, more pegs in suspicious locations. I wonder if this was walkable. Okay, it was. And yeah, hey, pegs in suspicious locations. Yeah, the neat comment, though, for the whole Triforce thing is also, like, alongside being the thing that's like, okay, there's the connective tissue between this and Zelda 1 in terms of, like, story. That, hey, we're dealing with the Triforce here, and the Triforce is for some reason in this Golden Realm. And somebody has already claimed it, turning it into the Dark World, when it should be the Sacred Realm. That's right. But yeah. Oh. That was 3 damage. It just ticked, like, in my head, like, holy shit, that was a lot. Not 3 damage, that was 3 hearts worth of damage, because damage is actually much more, like, granular than even the hearts would display. They only display it in halves. But in reality, like, there's even damage values that are beneath a heart, like a half of a heart of damage, that you'll still take and will still add up. Yeah. So, current gimmick for getting to the Palace of Darkness. Wandering these semi-visible mazes. Kinda see a path through the, like, little transparent holes. You can kinda see that there's something behind us. The monkey. Yeah, I have money to spare. No, I got hit and Kiki ran off. But hey, here's the Palace of Darkness. It's closed. There's some statues of apes, and it looks like a button that is not pressed. Well, we have money to spare, so let's see if we can bring Kiki here. There we go. Well, I don't think I have a way of climbing up there. We have money to spare. There we go. Thank you, Kiki. He's just gonna act like a statue now. Is he gonna still be there? Nope. So this is it. Palace of Darkness. And the first instance of the... Wait, is this... I actually already forget if this is a different theme than the Light World one. I'm fairly certain it is. Yeah. You can see how this already kind of mirrors the setup of the Light World version of this. Except, the side doors are closed, the central one is open, and it's the slightly obscured floor tile switches. We need a key to get through the center path. This statue is pushable. Also, we're dealing with new monsters that have little helmets protecting their faces. Yeah, that just switches on the side just to open up the door that you came in from. So let's go into the basement. Let's take the teleporter. Hi, Zelda. She's locked in Turtle Rock on top of Death Mountain. So, not really much helpful there, except for just telling us, like, hey, Zelda's in Turtle Rock specifically. So that's where we have to go if we want to save her. So, at the very least, she's still alive. Ow. Hey, little floating things that turn electrified momentarily. If you hit them while they're electrified, you take damage. And hey, these things. They mirror your movement. The red ones move slightly faster. Their speed for their movement is set. So by charging my sword, I move slower, but they still move at the same speed, so slightly desynced. And yeah, if it faces me, it shoots me. And I can't hurt it, so, well, let's use what we remember from the Light World version of this place, the Eastern Palace, where there's some enemies that, you know, they're armored, so you need to shoot them with arrows. Hey, like I said, the electrified thing. I didn't think I actually made it past that. So the red ones of those electrified enemies are neat because they split off once they die. And the mini versions of them also are electrified and can hurt you when they're Well, they can also become electrified and hurt you if you try to hit them. We have what looks like pegs laughing at us. Oh. Yeah, I should use a potion. Life medicine. I might as well just open that as well. Hey, a key. So we now can progress down the central path. We're also getting a slight preview of what we're going to be doing, of where we're going to be going as we're doing this. And hey. Well. I'm out of... Never mind. I'm still out of things in my bottles. Oh. So, in spite of how these walls look, they are still walls. They're just kind of cracked. You're not hiding anything. With this floor here, let's see what's down here. Nothing. Damage, pain. It's there to catch you if you try and open up that side of it. Take this. Wait, right. I have magic powder. I can turn anti-fairies into fairies. And then... there. Keep it in a bottle. Damn it. Too close. So now we have the key from this side. That statue just being there, it's just there to make it a little easier so you don't have to step on the switch every time from the right side. Let's check out the left side. Statue here, it doesn't move, unfortunately. Nothing. Oh. A key. Okay, so we got 2 keys. Nothing else from that side. Let's just see where we can go with this. So, these turtle shells, these buzzy beetle looking things, we don't have really a way to deal with them. You can't slash them, okay, I'm gonna... Let's just try and see if I can keep them around the bomb explosion. Yeah, I can't hurt them, even with a bomb. Hey, more damaged floors. But this time over something that actually has, you know, a visible element below it. Shove a block into the basement. See what's here. Get another key. Flush with keys and doors to unlock. More of these things. And a bumper. And a switch. Just like Tower of Hera. Let's see what's down this path. a switch that needs something to sit on it. So, just move one of the statues onto it. Now that we're in the Dark World proper, we're starting to get, like, actual, like, real deal Zelda puzzles. Where we're supposed to look at a room, how it's set up, and figure out how we're supposed to go about solving it. Oh. Oh. Gotta try and maneuver it into the arrows after I fire them. It's a neat little thing. Yeah. And hey, that's a big eyeball. Let's shoot it. As a kid, this always tripped me up, because I always never knew what to do here. I would always forget that you can just shoot that with an arrow. And hey, darkness. Also more of these laughing pegs. So smug. So infuriating. Just look at them. You want to hit them. Smack them back into the ground where they're coming from. Ow. All right. That's why this little two-way switch is here. That does block up off the upper route, but it's not the biggest concern right now. There we go. For some reason it didn't want to push at first. Well, there's bombable floor and something below it. Could spend a key here. There is a little section below here. Yeah, I'll spend the key. It takes me up here. And gets me the big key. So pretty early we get the big key in here. You can't kind of beeline straight for it. And oh hey! Oh. The switch? Okay, there we go. And we got a key. That's just basically there to kind of like push us forward and also refund what we spent. That's basically located there to prevent like you from like stop locking yourself by having like using your keys in bad order. I don't know if it's really too possible to do that already, but I'm fairly certain that is what that's there for. I'm fairly certain that's what that's there for because I'm pretty sure that that's almost happened to me a couple of times in the randomizer. And yeah, dropping down from here just takes us to the lower part of that, where we got the key. Oh. Just gonna play it safe. Gotta just flip that up. Thankfully, this floor is healing, so we don't need to go back down again. I do like little arrows telling you that you can jump down from here onto the lower platform. Oh, this is perfectly reasonable. Oh, never mind. I wasn't able to even finish saying that before it started falling. Yeah, that's what the enemies there are, like, why they kind of bounce you back when they're charging at you, like, the little helmeted guys. Hey, the compass. We'll have the compass in the map, so... So, the big chest, we saw it on our way past, and there's a room below us. Costs a key to get in. Seems like that room below us doesn't lead anywhere, but let's just spend that key just anyways. Get a blue ruby. And we're now out of keys. We can also do this. Yeah, it just leads us here. One way. Hooray! We wasted time. We now have to find a new key. At the very least, we got a ton of money here. Oh, right. So there's a couple rooms like this that are here to be like, oh right, this is the Palace of Darkness. This isn't just the, like, the first real dungeon you do. Some arrows. And there we go, there's the... That's to make up for the key we just spent. Basically, you just have an extra key for this dungeon. Like, you can have an extra key because there's a room that costs one and does nothing. And that's just there basically be like, okay, if you got tricked into going into that room... Well, I guess it's not really a trick. You do kind of have to go there. Kind of. You can warp back out. You can just, like, mirror warp your way out. But yeah, aside from that, like, if you do this legit and you wanted to head back, you would have to use a key there. You'd use the key to go into this room, get the hammer. Surprise! The dungeon item's a hammer. But yeah, it's... Oh, you would get a key from here. Okay, so that key is there just to, like, hey, you spent the key, like, on this door already. You're gonna need one to get you're gonna need one to get the dungeon item, so here, have an extra. The door's there just basically to trick you by going through it first, not paying attention to your map. But we got the magic hammer. Not very big, but it is a hammer. It is a weapon we can use. If, say, we were playing the randomizer and we didn't have our sword yet, this would be what we'd be using instead of it. Not very great as a weapon, but it works. It's functional. Hey, here's a neat little thing. You can break pots with a hammer, because... well, in the Dark World, skulls are pots. And hey, these guys. We can flip them with a hammer. They'll get back up, but... hammer has a sizable shockwave that'll hit them. We can flip them both ways. If we use a hammer near them after they're already flipped. Just a cute little interaction. Yeah, now we actually have to head this way. Like I said, that extra key there is just in case you spent a key. You spent your key to go here first. But now that we have that hammer, a bunch more of the dungeon is opened up to us. These things are explicitly weak to the hammer. Neat. Okay, let's just see. Yeah, we could go back all the way out to, like, near the entrance and take the right path, and that would ultimately lead us back here. I don't think the fairy fountain would have refilled, though, so... I do really appreciate how weird they make the Dark World come across. Just like, everything here is strange. I'll wait for it to come back. There we go. These goddamn piece of shit pegs. Eat shit. They're just pegs, but I like the design that, like, they laugh at you. So you want to just smack them into the ground. And it's also, once again, a nice little thing for, like, yeah, the Dark World's weird. Want to hit this? Yeah, obviously. So, gotta hit that from a distance. Kind of neat how it was, you know, the Tower of Heresy. It kind of says a lot about how much the Light World is the tutorial for this is basic Zelda dungeon, like, puzzle design, and how much it is teaching you the basics of what's going to be in every dungeon. When it's like, the Tower of Heresy gimmick is those switches. Those are just a normal mechanic for every dungeon going forward, though. And because they're just two-way switches, that's all it is. And yeah, just going forward, I think every dungeon uses them. Once again, it's just Light World stuff. It is just the tutorial for what you're gonna be doing once you get into the real game that the Dark World is. Let's see where this teleporter takes us. Let's see which of these blocks I can push. One of them? Should be one of them. There we go. Oh, hey. Room with rupees. I do like that they're charging you in a line that you cannot just walk around. It forces you to confront them. Make sure you know how you're dealing with enemies that you can't, like, damage via other means. I'm gonna heal before I go into this boss room. Oh. Only 6 hearts. Also, 666 rupees. So hey, first boss of the Dark World, the Helmasaur King. It is sort of still just a souped up version of a boss we fought, well, of enemies we've been fighting, but it's much more impressive looking. Does that little multi-way fire shot, and we're supposed to destroy its mask here with the hammer. Wait, I forget. I remember there was stuff like interactions you wouldn't normally think about. I think, yeah, the bomb damages its mask as well. Let's try and time this. Yes, the bomb damages its mask a lot. So we don't actually need to use the hammer to do that. But the hammer is, you know, ostensibly what you would use, because it's the dungeon item, and we were just taught, like, by the enemies even right outside this room, use the hammer. Yeah, bosses are actually, you know, kind of a threat right now, because we take a lot of damage from everything. I I don't know how I dodged that. I don't know how that didn't hit me. There we go. And there. First Dark World dungeon complete. We now have a second row of health. Hey, time again for Zelda's Lullaby. Zelda's theme in this game, I think. First of the Sage's Descendants. We're gonna get a lot of story every single one of these. Ganon, the boss of thieves, wished it. The world was transformed. Intending to conquer our light world after building his power here. Trying to open a larger gate between worlds near the castle, using our powers, but the gate is not open completely yet. We 7 maidens come together, we can break the barrier around Ganon's hiding place. I'll tell you where the other girls are held. I don't know why I'm reading this entirely out loud. I believe you will destroy Ganon. Like, I started reading as if it's like, huh, that's important to note, and then the entire thing was. I will return to my original form at that time. No, but yes, let's say I do, so you don't have to explain it. So, yeah. Girls are still, like, the descendants of the sages are still going to be in their crystals for a bit. We are going to have to save them from their whack-ass crystal prisons later, after we collect all of them, all 7, and get access to Ganon's tower. So that's actually the first mention of Ganon in this game. Which, as we know from playing Zelda 1 and 2, Ganon was the main villain of those. That's the first mention of him here. Which, once again, this game was kind of marketed as being a prequel. So that would mean that this is kind of meant to be like, hey, this is how Ganon became the, maybe like, how he kind of popped up here, and this is how he had his hands on the Triforce in the first place, maybe, like, or how he kind of, like, just, yeah, it's prequel stuff. By the way, I'm not, like, intending to get into Zelda timeline stuff with me saying this. I'm saying, like, when this game was released, we were children, so we didn't know, like, much about the pre-release, like, marketing and lead up to the game, but they did say this game was a prequel to Zelda 1 and 2. That was a thing that was going around. So yeah, we now know that Ganon is the one behind causing the Sacred Realm to turn into the Dark World. That he got access to the Triforce. And that's what changed everything. Part of me does wonder about verbiage used compared to later games. God, these things do a lot of damage. Verbiage used compared to later games, because it refers to Ganon as the leader of thieves, and later games use the title King of Thieves, so I wonder if that's just a, like, if he was still being referred to as the King of, like, if the same phrase is being used in Japanese here as it is in later games, or if it's just a later thing that they decided to go with. Or if it's just a pure, if it's a pure English localization thing of, like, King of Thieves sounds cooler, but, like, the verbiage never really changed. Or if it was originally, like, King of Thieves in Japanese, and they went more accurate with it later on. But yeah, we've successfully freed the first of the 7 maidens, Zelda being one of them. And here's where all the rest of them are. So we now can see where every single pallet is. All of them do have numbers to them, so we can kind of tell, like, what an intended order is. Yeah. Oh well. Now that we have the hammer, though, we're pretty free to explore the rest of the Dark World. We're no longer kind of locked into this small corner of it. A small quadrant of it. This way to the bomb shop. I don't really need bombs, but might as well check it out. So what was our house in the normal world is a bomb shop here. 100 for 30. I can't carry 30. Sorry about that, buddy. Oh, the Dark World theme rules. Wait, is there anything here? Nope. Oh. This tree's alive. It spits bombs. Its eyes are following us. Breathing. Yeah, the Dark World is weird. And hey. Oh, come on. Keep it in a bottle. Oh, I have 3 bottles, and there's one more fairy for one more bottle. There we go. We'll now be saved from death 3 times, or we can just heal for 18 hearts. Oh, that tree's alive too. So, Dungeon 2 was right down here, actually. Like, for the second of the sages. Swamp of Evil. No entrance, no escape. So there are some pegs here. And yeah, where the desert would be, we don't have access to. Yeah, nothing. The pegs here are here to indicate, hey, around this area is something special. So warp here, and hey, we're up here. Right. I need a book. With that, I've gotten the magic of Bombos. Which, yeah, it makes the ground explode with power. It did what it did. By getting it, it showed itself off. So yeah, we don't really have a way into the Dark World version of this place, the Swamp of Evil. Also, I actually did find out the names of these things. When I was looking up Ocarina of Time stuff, they're Geldos. Which actually ties into a thing that ties into pre-release stuff. and like concept stuff for Zelda, for the next, well, for Ocarina of Time. It's, stop it. Yeah, the name Geldo is, it pops up again mainly for Ocarina of Time. But only in Ocarina of Time's pre-release. It's stuff that they explicitly changed, going from pre-release to full release, basically. So hey. Pay no attention to the average middle-aged man standing by the sign. Leave him alone. Well, we were told that there was a locksmith trying to hide out as a middle-aged man. Though it said he was hiding as a strange middle-aged man, and that guy's average. Obviously, it can't be him. And also, we kinda don't have access to our portal back into the Dark World. This way, to the Desert of Mystery. I don't know what's so mysterious about it, to be honest. And so, if we remember, there was a tablet at, like the Bombos Medallion one, at the top of Death Mountain in the Light World. We don't really have a way of... I don't really want to walk all the way back up to the top of Death Mountain, though, so... That's unfortunate. Yeah. Hey, some pegs here. Give us access to this rock. Which is a portal. Into the Dark World. So yeah, that's kind of how we are going to be getting around. We're going to be in the Light World finding little things that are locked off. I don't really care about the arrow loss. It was only a single arrow, but it's about the principle of it. Yeah. So in the Light World, we'll be finding things that are locked off by items that we'll be getting in the Dark World. And alongside that, we'll be using that to further kind of like figure out like little mini like puzzles just based around going back and forth between the two and like locational differences. So yeah, by the fact that we now have the hammer, we actually gained access to a bunch more entries to the Dark World, entry points to the Dark World. And well, here's another thing. This looks suspicious, so. And hey, we're up here. Where we get a piece of heart. So, if you remember correctly, there was the guy who was playing the flute, who, when we approached him, he vanished. And it made the sound similar to the Dark World portals. So let's see the Dark World version of that forest. Huh. So he gives us a shovel, so that way we can find his flute for him. Well, let's portal back. He planted it with the flower seeds. So it seems like this isn't really him. That's more of just an echo of him. A portal not so close, okay? There we go. Yeah, this is just an echo of him. But let's use that shovel. So he buried it with the flower seeds. So it's gonna be in one of these flower patches then. Let's uproot everything. Leave no flower unturned. I actually do know where it is. Because I did randomizer runs recently. There. It's in that specific patch. Yeah. Flute surely has some mystical power, what with the fact that it leaves an echo of him behind. It somehow put him into the dark world, like, but he also buried it, like, I'm guessing he buried it, and the fact that he buried it and the magical power that it had left that echo, but when he buried it, it was because he was going to go search for the golden power, and he ended up here. Kinda can't move, by the way. It's a bit hard to tell, but like he's kind of like part tree. Yeah. So, wants to just have us play the flute for him one last time. As he turns fully into a tree. Unfortunate. But this is all the more reason for us to fix how the Dark World is right now. And yeah, the flute has replaced the shovel. The shovel is no longer an item. It was literally only used for getting the flute. So now that we have the flute, that takes its spot in the inventory. This isn't a game where we're allowed to go around digging up everything, because there's not much to find other than that flute, and that's it. Hey. Okay. 5 shots for 20 rupees. Gotta hit the targets in the back, avoid the hands. Oh, no. Damn it. Well, I already screwed up. Get 4 rupees for every shot we land. Yeah. Not accounting for travel time as much. We got 8 rupees for that. Try that again. Damn it. Just barely. Yeah. Missed everything. I think the only reward from this is money, but there could be a heart piece behind it, but that could just be the logic from later Zelda games and how they handle minigames. That this game didn't really apply to that logic yet. Yeah. Take your rupees. Let me get my chance. One. Too early. Just barely too early, too. Oh. That's 12 rupees back. We would stand to make... exactly... Huh. 5 shots for 20 rupees. 4 times 5 is 20. Well, damn it. There might be a consecutive shot bonus, but I haven't landed consecutive shots. There probably is a consecutive shot bonus. Because otherwise, yeah, you just make your money back. My archery skills are terrible. Ah. I have money to burn. At this point, I'm just playing to find out, is there a consecutive shot bonus? Because I'm fairly certain this doesn't have a prize for getting all 5 in a row. But the prize is just money. Oh, how am I not able to land 2 shots in a row? I can land 2 shots on the hands in a row. This guy is so rich right now, just off of me alone. Yeah, I'm fairly certain this game is before, like, Zelda logic dictates that you get a piece of heart as a prize for doing a minigame perfectly. When it was just that minigames are just for making money. With one exception, I think. Yeah. Every time I miss the first, I'm just, like, mentally giving up already. I should probably just leave, just, like, no. Okay. There's 1. 2. Okay, there's a consecutive shot bonus. Good. 3. No, Mike. No. So yeah, if you're good and you are you're able to do the stuff in a row, you quickly make your money back. I'm an idiot. I rushed it. Screw you. Oh, I shot way too early. I'm just leaving out of shame. Oh my god. I could just look this up, save myself time, but give this 2 more attempts. Like I said, I'm fairly certain this doesn't give anything. Because I've never had a randomizer run where I've needed to get all 5 shots in a row, where I've gotten anything from it. Oh, that was too early. That was way too early. Whatever. I'm fairly certain that I don't get anything from it. Okay. This was the little racing course, which was actually a minigame, sort of a minigame, that gave us a piece of heart for beating it. What do we get here? Treasure field. Dig as many holes as we can. Any treasures we dig up will be ours to keep. 80 rupees. So this is the only other use of the shovel mechanic. We're already well on our way to having made our money back. Oh. Oh, we made our money back. More than made our money back. Let's try that again. As you may have inferred from how I referred to this. Yeah, we can get a piece of heart from this. Randomizer does make it, like, guaranteed within a specific amount of digs. I believe it is fully random on which spot it's in. You just have to keep trying. Much less lucky on this run in terms of money made. Yeah, we didn't even make our money back this time. Just barely short of it, 10 rupees short, but... Yeah, like I said, the randomizer makes it so, like, within a certain amount of digs, it's guaranteed. Just so that way, you're not completely screwed over by an item check. Well, we made a single rupee. Yeah, this one is actually one that I do want to spend time till I get the piece of heart on it. Made 2 rupees this time. That's what I mean by being completely screwed over by an item check. That because in a randomizer, this could theoretically be a progression item. Like, you could have randomized a progression item into here. It could really screw you over just purely based on RNG. That you could spend who knows how long trying to get what could be literally all you need to advance the game. At the very least, it's just a piece of heart for me, but... So it's not important, but it is important to me. So I will note, you cannot dig where a skull or a plant once was. So those are just things to get around. They're not things that you might need to dig under. So because I believe it is actually completely random, it might even be generated the moment I press the button to dig. I think it's specifically generated the moment you walk into the room, but yeah, it's completely random. There it is. Got it. And I didn't even... I overall gained money from when I started doing that. So yeah, big dark rock. There. One there. So yeah, we don't have a way past these into the town. But wait, right, we do have this flute. And we were told that to bring it to the old man in the bar. The one who noted that, like, I believe it was his son or his grandson went missing who loved playing the flute. Let's go bring that flute to that guy. Yeah, they've definitely ramped up security around this place. Hey, we walked into Kakariko. There are just knights walking around here now. It's why the Kakariko theme isn't playing. Because this place is now dangerous. Yeah, let's... Basically, everybody's been given the order to stay inside. So, play it for the bird in the village square. I met her. She gave me a better shield and a better boomerang. Didn't even try to ask me if my shield or boomerang were gold or silver. So, play it for the bird in the town square. What his son would have wanted. Well. Okay. So with that, you remember the flute from Zelda 1? That's what this is. Except instead of a tornado, it's a bird carrying us around. And we get to pick our location. So we get one of 8 locations. They sort of correspond to the dungeon locations. Yeah, let's go to Death Mountain so we can get that medallion up here. So yeah, that's our easy way of getting around now. We have fast travel. Also, it calls it a flute, but it is very clearly an ocarina. Yeah, Death Mountain itself has gotten more dangerous enemies around it too. Get back here. No, stop it. Stop it. I'm trying to hit you. Damn Tactites. Huh, still doing that thing. Good to know. By the way, I might as well mention, I didn't mention it before, but, yeah, the reason, the whole, like, change into, like, a different form thing, the reason why Link changed into a bunny is just because it's a sign of Link's innocence at heart. With that, we now have all three magic. Magic of Ether. So this one actually freezes things. Quake, I believe, can have the effect of... Quake only hits things on the ground, and it can have the effect of the, like, yeah, it has the effect, like, sort of similar to what you would imagine the magic powder. I was gonna say mysterious dust. It has an effect sort of similar to that, in that it transforms everything on the ground into, like, a slime. I don't know which version of which term for slime it's gonna be using. A bit, a bot, a chew? Or is it just a slime? Alright, why'd I go down? We now have the hammer, so there's a couple things we can do with that. Especially here on Death Mountain. I feel like I'm taunting those two every time I come in and out. Like, not just the fact that I'm retaining my form every time I do it, but the fact that, like... Ow. The fact that I'm also just leaving so freely. So yeah, here's some pegs. Remember, these were here, and, well, I have a hammer to deal with them now. Oh. There's a bunch of little holes to go in. There's a piece of heart up there. There's a lot of rocks that I can't pick up, and some very suspicious pegs. Okay. I'll just check out some of these. There's bound to be something interesting here. Oh. Lasts just long enough for me to charge into it. There we go. 50 rupees. I guess it's something. So we are on the other side of the mountain that the bridge that has, yeah, that you normally need to cross the bridge for, but the bridge is broken, so. Okay, another suspicious rock. Just kind of sitting there. Yeah, as was shown with the Quake medallion, it's kind of the only way we can deal with those things that turn to stone. Oh, gonna need a bomb for this. It's not weak enough I can just smash my face into it. And it's a store. I'll buy a single heart. And I'm too full up on fairies to buy anything else. What's in here? Something I can't do, because I can't jump across that gap. I'm almost dead. By that, I'm almost using my fairies, but okay. That was a long staircase, apparently. This is floor 2. This is all the way back down. Wait, is that just floor 1, or is that like basement 1 or 2? No, this is floor 1. Long staircase. Maybe I should just get hit. That way I could just stop the beeping. Had to step in the way, but whatever. So what's down this hole? Okay, there we go. Don't want to fall in there. Okay, just some fairies. Very clearly a corner room for somewhere. And now I want to fall in those holes. I want to check out what's in them. Well, nothing really that special. What's up here? These holes are just gonna take us back down. Stepped into it by accident, because I wasn't really thinking, just holding a direction. So this one, drop us, okay, in here. So this is more a way out, rather than a place you're going to. It's all the way down here. Okay, I kind of thought so. Well, I mean, it's blocked off normally. But I think that actually is everything we can do on Death Mountain right now. I'm trying to think. Well, no, wait. I'm gonna cancel this. Oh, never mind. So I'm trying to think. There was that one little area that we couldn't access, like near where the shop placed us. By the way, I might as well mention it. The flute doesn't do anything in the Dark World. There is no Dark World fast travel. Yeah. The bird does not come with us. You know, thinking about it, for all the fact that we've been fighting Aghanim, suddenly having Ganon be like, hey, Ganon's a thing, and he's the real threat behind everything, is kind of neat, you know. I believe this is just a way down. I think I went in here before. Yeah, this was just a hole to hole. A hole to hole in. Yeah. That, I believe it was mentioned that Aghanim is pulling his power from somewhere else. So it does sound like Aghanim is working with Ganon. And that Ganon is the real villain. One who's been guiding Aghanim. Down here. Okay, here's how I... But out from here is behind that. What? And it's above it. Okay, clearly the staircase was leading into here. I've never actually thought about this place, like this specific section in terms of, like, location, but, we fell down to go up. There we go, 2 treasure chests. Nothing special in them, but important checks in the randomizer. Including this room, especially. Get that. Just toss that bomb over there. Money, money. Can't open from the side. Money. 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 Still, it's a lot of treasure chests, so it's very important to check in the randomizer. So yeah, let's fall back down up. So now we've done everything on Death Mountain that we can right now. So, 6 here. Pretty curious spot. Has these 2 rocks that we can't do anything about. They're curious. Like an entrance into a place with no entrance. So, it is nice that one of the places you can just warp to is the potion shop. So that way you can just, when you're in the light world, have easy access to buying potions. And a free heal. Might as well buy the blue potion while I'm here. Because the blue potion is flat out, like, the best potion in the game. It is just full-on better than the red potion. It doesn't heal more life, but it heals your magic. So, it's dual purpose, and you're only paying 40 more rupees for that dual purpose. Quickly check around the village here. Huh. I'm wondering if there's going to be anybody that's actually going to comment on the whole, like, state of the village currently. A pet bird that flew with him everywhere, but when he went to the mountain and never returned. Okay, so yeah, he buried his flute. His pet bird somehow ended up inside that statue. But yeah, he buried his flute, statuified his pet bird, and then went to Death Mountain. Somehow ended up in the Dark World. Where he turned into a tree. Ow. So hey, you have a hammer, and here's a peg. There is really, just getting this hammer alone opens up so much to you in this game. And hey. I don't know how you're supposed to know how to do that, but I mean, I guess. The only thing you really can do to interact with this, pour the magic powder into the, like, bowl of blood. This dark ritual beneath the village. And he curses us. Our magic power dropped by a half. Oh no. We now only spent half of our magic. Yeah, that's the joke there, is that he tries to curse you so your magic power is halved, but he screws it up, and you instead only use half. You know? It's just a little, like, math/number joke about, like, him getting which side of the half he got wrong. Yeah, just, like I said, just a little dark ritual going on underneath the well in the village there. Certainly, there's never going to be anything like that in Kakariko ever again. Okay, I can't get over. So, I remember there being pegs that I could hammer from this side. And hey, a portal. Can't lift that either, but hey. So first of all, we can go into the forest here. The Skull Woods. It's a bit, it's not the most welcoming place. Got the same music that Death Mountain in the Dark World has. Now, if you remember how Lost Woods was, though, how in Lost Woods there was, like, little obscured holes in the ground that you could use to fall into, like, little hideouts. See if there's anything like that in the Dark World version of it. Well, seems like this side is a dud. Well, I haven't cut open every plant. Ah, bee! I'm surprised it actually has, like, directional audio for it. When it's excessively on one side of the screen, it actually does make more sound from that side. Rah. Yeah, we can't access anything from there, but we can exit it from there. What's in here? Hey, another store. Yeah, most houses in this world are going to be stores. There's not many people to talk to. This is clearly the dark world. Capitalism runs wild here. But alright, in this location, there was those two lumberjacks doing the thing. Let's see how that's going. Well, the street looks weird. And the lumberjacks are just kind of gone. I mean, I hope they're okay, but... They did cut open the tree, and they said it was weird, that, like, cutting it felt weird. So it turns out there was a hole in it. Leads us to a little place with fairies. Little fairy home, turns out. And how we access that piece of heart that was behind the house. Yeah, turns out they were opening a fairy home. Hopefully, the fairies didn't kill them for that. Hopefully that's not why they're missing. What's this say? I'll give the piece of heart to the person who wears the cape. Well, I don't have a cape, but there's a piece of heart up there. Oh. Well. Never mind. You know, I don't know why it says cape. Unless the cape makes us fly. I'll use that red potion. Oh, blue potion. The cure-all. Oh, hey, an arrow. And skulls. Here's where the sanctuary was. Cave in the wall. What kind of sanctuary like? But we have to pay money here. Incredible beauty inside the pyramid, but someone sealed the door. Can't do anything with a standard bomb, they say. So there was that one cracked wall that we couldn't open with a bomb. So, seems that it is openable, just not with a standard bomb. We need something special. But anyways, let's... Over here. Oh, hey. Use the magic mirror here. This place was sealed off by those rocks, but now that... Well, also, yeah, ghosts are just kind of running around freely, Charge into that, and we open up that. Oh. So yeah, if we did have the ability to pick up the darker rocks, then we would be able to just access this easily without needing to warp, but hey. Oh hey, cape! Magic cape. You're invisible when you wear it. Watch your magic meter. Yep. So invisible, kind of misleading. We're not invisible, we're invincible. We just don't take damage when we're wearing it. It drains our magic meter pretty fast though. So it's helpful for any instance where we need to avoid unavoidable damage. Oh, and also this little ledge here is a bit curious, so. There was a cave up here. Curious. It's giving me a lot of bombs, and there's a curious little wall in the back. For a piece of heart. Yeah, I actually do remember pretty much every item location here, huh? Yeah. Gotta approach this more from here. That way I'm not inside the wall. Yeah, I do. Turns out I remember, yeah, pretty much every little location in Link Has Passed for items and whatnot. Hey, it's the other side of that river. No hole there this time under that. Just a ferry, but... yeah, still a broken bridge, still no way across, just a way of seeing what's on the other side. And yeah, we can hop in the water if we want to cross over to where the Palace of Darkness was. But that doesn't give us really a way back to this specific side. We'd have to circle around, and then we'd eventually run into the dark rocks that we can't lift if we're trying to circle around the world. Let's just... check out here. Oh hey, a store. They've got odd wares. They can sell a bee. They also can sell a magic shield, so if we lose our shield, we can just get the magic shield itself for 500 rupees, instead of needing to go to the... like, instead of needing to get a normal shield and then upgrade it again. Yeah, that store I feel is more valuable for the randomizer, because it'll still carry the magic shield, even in the randomizer, so you won't need to worry about... having, like, finding, like, the shield upgrade and whatnot. Okay, so the Skeleton Forest is where we went. And this way is the Village of Outcasts, instead of Kokiri Village. Anything here now? Oh, just fairies. Hey, fortune teller, you kept your shape. You'll find the smith's partner in the Village of the Outcasts. Wow, that tells us a thing for a little side objective. That bush is kind of suspicious. Nothing. Wait, I want to check out more of the Skeleton Forest. The hole in the ground here. There's an open mouth that's inviting me to go inside. So here's a dungeon. Skull Woods. Skull Woods is very neat, and right now we can't actually do it. We can kind of make some progress in it, though. Well, we already got the map. Yeah, Skull Woods is a very interesting dungeon, to say the least. So, for right now, we actually have no way of progressing, because as you can see, there was a locked door there, and there was a like tile that shifted around where the holes are, so well, we can't do anything about that. But if I remember correctly, there was this like 3x3 combination here of bushes in the light world, and just like that, there's a hole here. So the gimmick to Skull Woods, because dungeons now actually are gonna, like, now that we're past the Palace of Darkness, being like, here's where the, like, here's your introduction to, like, how dungeons are gonna be structured now. They're much more involved affairs. Well, in Skull Woods, its gimmick is multiple entrances. Blow open that wall. That gives us access to the big chest. But we have no way across there. Let's see. Yeah. It is a dungeon all about finding the specific entrance you want, some of which are hidden. That way you can get around it. Get around, like little blocked passages, so. Like I said, though, we're going to be limited in what we can do there. And yeah, here's the entrance that would be heading to where that one portal was that we took to get to this side of the map. Because if you remember, coming in from the south, from where we were headed from the Palace of Darkness side, we were blocked by some rocks that we can't pick up. So to get to here, we would need to use the Kakariko portal, like the portal above Kakariko. Because we can't just get here directly from the dark, from the dark world. Oh, here's another little area. As you can see, we are close to the entrance that we used. Well, that is just the obvious entrance. So basically, yeah, any little hole, you're scouring for little holes to fall into to get into Skull Woods. It's a neat idea for a dungeon, and kind of want to see them do it again in another Zelda sometime. It's the idea of like, hey, this dungeon is really old and decrepit, so it's just got holes in the roof, allowing you to access it from multiple different locations. Unfortunately, Skull Woods in this game, the execution, not the best. It is very much, they had a really cool idea. Now things got dangerous. I think I took out those enemies first. It's a cool idea. Let's just see where this will take us. It's a cool idea, but like, in that way of, it needs a lot more refinement to like really be fully realized, because it's just kind of like the idea is there and pretty basic. Hey, a key. If I open that door, though, I'm spending that key just to get back to the main entrance. I don't know if I need to do that just yet. Oh! Well. So that's a floor master. They drop on you and warp you back to the where your entrance was. Not the entrance in general, but where you entered. These are not specifically like the wall masters that were in Zelda 1, but they do function the same way. Just they drop on you instead of coming out of the walls. Like that. And if you just keep moving, you'll avoid them. If you kill them, they do, like, another one will spawn in. Oh. Oh. Damn it. Flashing in the wrong direction entirely. Yeah, it's kind of dangerous. Like, this dungeon is very haphazardly designed. It's kind of like it only really has the idea for the multiple entrance gimmick, and then just kind of placing damage stuff everywhere. And that's kind of it. So it's very haphazard. I kind of see that there's an idea behind it. Like I said, it's very old and decrepit. So, like, you're kind of ignoring a lot of how it's set up and just finding your own entrance into a lot of it. So yeah, I'm just gonna not use that key for the side there. And that itself is a neat idea. The idea that, like, hey, this is supposed to be one big dungeon, but it's kind of collapsed over time, and you're trying to find your way in from outside rather from inside. Like I said, it's a neat idea, but we use the map here. We can see, looking at the map, we can see that this part doesn't actually connect to the other area. Yeah, it's... Like I said, it's old, it's decrepit, it's, as a result, like, it's breaking down. It's not really all connected anymore because it's so, like, broken. So you have to find a way in from outside. I like that idea, the whole multiple entrances thing, and that sort of idea for a dungeon. And it's just that it's very clear that they didn't really have much beyond that. Aside from place spikes everywhere, place wall masters everywhere, and the whole multiple entrance thing just kind of makes it a little annoying. It also means that there's a lot of doors that use keys that lead to nothing. So hey, here's something special. Kind of gross looking. Once again, Dark World is real fucking weird. But yeah, we are quickly running into the fact that we can't really progress in this place. Like, there's a lot of rooms we can go into. But I believe we are actually missing a thing that we need to be able to properly do this place. Maybe. I'm pretty sure we are. I remember this being kind of required. If not, we'll get Skullwoods done right now, but... with that, hey, you can now access this room. Because I saved that key from... Oh. So let's step on this tile again. So we'll step on that tile again. Come on. There. Yeah. That's the thing about the floor masters, they're kind of annoying. So more of these Helmosaurs. We did kill their king. They are angry at us. Yeah. So. We need to check all of those skulls for what's beneath them. I mean, they can't have had us spend a key, right? Hey, welcome. This place can be kind of annoying to navigate. So yeah, they're not gonna have us just, you know, spend a key for nothing, right? For a room that has literally nothing in it. Wasting our smart idea from earlier of saving a key. Meaning that we saved the key for the wrong room. I don't have any berries on me. Well, thankfully it doesn't do damage. Yeah, I'm out of potions and berries. I have a magic cape. I can walk through that. I'll get hit by it. I can pick stuff up still. Okay, so here. Wow. So yeah, there's definitely... Wait, I want to be picked up that way. That resets the dungeon instead of me needing to do that circle around again. Out of my way. And this hole, nothing. This is nothing. Yep. We went through that process. For nothing. Skullwoods. This is Skullwoods embodied. You have to do a whole process to get into a specific room and then spend a key to get into it. There's nothing there. So these mummies, Gibdos, hella durable. Oh. No! I got grabbed. I think that there is too many enemies on the screen for the Wallmaster to spawn, the Floormaster. Or it might just be that it spawns in very specific spots of this room. Yeah. Hey, a switch. We need to stand on, and we can't shove something onto it, so... Screw you. Stop that. I'm trying to puzzle. This unaligned statue here. Stop that. Just pull it here. Line it up with that. And then pull it back with us onto that switch. Damn it! Thought I was just high enough. At the very least, the floor master can't grab me when I'm invisible. But my invisibility is about to run out, because magic. Imagine how fast that would run out if I didn't have that half magic. Huh. Hey. There we go. There we go, the big key. Huh. Does seem like I don't actually need the item I thought I did, so it's actually going to fall into what I was saying earlier about how the Dark World's actually really open in how you can access it. This isn't dungeon, this is like dungeon 5, or, well, level 3. Yeah, this would be, huh. So like, we now need to leave anyways, but let's check our map. So in intended order, yeah, this would be dungeon 3. We could also do dungeon 4 before this one, really. Dungeon 4 is kind of the gate to the rest of the game too. So if we wanted to, we could have just beelined straight for dungeon 4, like did dungeon 1, then did dungeon 4. And then we'd be able to access any other dungeon in the game. So yeah, our options after clearing the Palace of Darkness are, we can go to dungeon 2, dungeon 3, dungeon 4, and if we do dungeon 4, we can access 6, 5, and 7. I do think we might need some stuff from, wait, no, right. We need to clear 3 to get access to 5. To be able to even do 5, really. Well, that's questionable, actually. Might be able to get around that. Dungeon 6 technically requires something from Dungeon 2. And I forget if Dungeon 7 requires anything from them aside from what Dungeon 4 gives. And just to, like, kind of mention again. Appreciate the mode 7. So after clearing Palace of Darkness here, we then were able to hit the blocks, like hit the pegs here, which would lead us here. This swamp is blocked off, but there was a mysterious rock there, like in the Light World version, that likely is covering a portal. But if there were the dark rocks here, blocking us from going up into the village, and as you can see, we can't go from here to the village, and we can't go up and around the village. So in the Light World, though, we were able to access the portal to here because there was just a peg blocking off a portal here. So yeah, as soon as we hit the Dark World, this game became actually, like, as soon as we got the hammer, the game actually became really open. The way we can access things is pretty free. Wait, no. Not here. Right, I want to take the obscured one that was under a bush. Ow. So yeah, the actual secret, by the way, to the Skullwoods is the keys don't even matter in the slightest. The keys are only for getting to rooms that don't give you anything, and then at best might give you a key, but they're just rooms to spend keys on, and that's it. That's the actual secret of Skullwoods. Its keys only serve to, like, serve no progression purpose. Yeah, we can now get the big key here. Well, we can open this and get the fire rod. This rod commands the red fire. Watch our magic meter. So hey, Remember the magic rod in the Zelda 1? This is that, but it casts fire. More like the fireball in Zelda 2, really, than anything else. But it explicitly has more of an effect than just the magic wand or fireball did. Well, I guess the fireball actually did have more of a purpose than the magic wand. The magic wand was just basically like a free arrow that like some things were immune to. And in this, it is and in Zelda 2, it was how you damage some enemies, because they were immune to everything but magic. God, I better not die out here. And in this, though, the wand, the fire rod, specifically lights things on fire, which does a lot of damage. It outright kills a lot of things if it can light them on fire. And yeah, it outright kills Gibdos, which is why Gibdos are a major enemy for this dungeon. So with that, though, you know how the Desert Palace was? How it was really just like one big go around to get... It was one big go around to get the gloves, so that way you could go into the actual dungeon. Like the actual main portion of it. Well, that's Skullwoods. Oh. So yeah, I just stepped into the gate, which meant that I actually stepped into the portal into the dark world that it is. So let's just get back to Skullwoods. This is the reason why I didn't want to die outside of it. So it's a trek back. I did genuinely think that I needed the item from the second dungeon, though, for this. I am actually kind of surprised by that. But wait. Now that I've gotten the Master Sword, are all of the fake swords gone? It seems like it. Actually, just check a bit more. Yeah, fake swords are just outright gone now. And yeah, this is in the literal exact same location that the one Skullwoods entrance was. So it's relying on you remembering how you got this heart piece. Or at the very least checking those bushes. Just because you like to cut things up. It's probably the most, like, psychotic sounding way I could have put, like, cutting grass. You like to cut things. Also, yeah, if you hit two bushes on their corners, you'll hit both of them, but you'll bounce off of them. Because you can't just dash through them both. Oh, there's one sword still stuck in the pedestal. So we're coming up against the boss of Skullwood soon, and I absolutely suck at that boss fight. Like, I wonder if the ghosts in this game are just called ghosts, or if they are already called Poes. Gotta walk around here. Not actually going into any entrance, because once again, the entire purpose behind those two entrances was just to get the boss key and then get the fire rod. Every small key was worthless. Everything we did to get into a room that required a small key, worthless. It didn't even give us a small key in return. So it's like, even to some degree, worthless for a randomizer check. We just cut through here to get to, like, where that one, like, skeleton bug was. Yeah, like I said earlier, though, I kind of like the idea behind Skullwoods, the whole multiple entrances thing, especially as a way of, like, stating that, hey, this place is in, like, a terrible state of disrepair. It may have once been, like, an underground hideout or something, but it's all broken apart now, and there's just, like, holes in the ground above it, like, holes in its roof you just can fall into. I like that for a dungeon, and I would love to see them do something like that again. But, just like that on fire, that opens this up. And here's... Oh, it's like the Desert Palace for real. The third entrance, well, like the third and final entrance to the Desert Palace. Here's the actual Skullwoods. Now keys matter. I should have kept them, because I could access there without needing to do anything extra. Also, yeah, this is using layering to obscure where you can go. That doesn't care. It ignores it. But we have to care. I hope that there's some fairies in this specific portion of the dungeon. Some way to heal myself. Yeah, we can't just walk over to where that treasure chest is. We have to do this big winding path around. We can get over here. What am I doing? I'm gonna spend a bit of magic to delete them, and they do have a decent chance of dropping magic in return, so they'll refund me. Oh, haha! I got bunnified. So yeah, there's some dungeon elements, things that can transform you into the harmless bunny mode. Yeah, if I kept that one key and didn't waste it on that one room, I could have just bypassed needing to do this entirely. Because once again, it's not even like for like a randomizer purpose. It's not even like you can save a single key and then just you can save a single key for this. And there's that one room that I went into that had the complicated way of getting into it, like in the first place, that gives you nothing. You don't get anything in return from that. It is not like, there is nothing that you can, there's no reason to go in there. It is the developer's trick. Which, like, once again, I could say that, like, maybe it's for getting across just how decrepit this place is. How, like, this used to be, like, something, this used to have stuff hidden in it. And a lot of those rooms have kind of fallen into such a state of disrepair, they're just falling apart, and they lack anything entirely now. That's just for getting back to the entrance. So once again, this dungeon mainly calls back to the Desert Palace in terms of how it works. So if you remember, Desert Palace had that one room where it had all the lanterns and sconces and whatnot. That lighting them did literally nothing for you. Well, that's what we now have to do. We have to light all of those lanterns. It's kind of neat. This is kind of like the sequel to the Desert Palace, because that was also a multi-entrance thing, and this also does the whole, like... This is the slowest way of recovering health that I can have. This resets the dungeon state, so the pot that drops health will drop health again. Well. Nope! I lost what I gained. And that's just magic. No! That was... I lost a heart to get that heart. And now I've made a net negative. Okay. Back at 4. And Gibdos do 2 damage. Okay, so just go at this from the bottom to the top. And there. That's how they... To get into this dungeon is sort of a dungeon puzzle requiring the fire rod, and to... Oh! And to get out of that room is sort of like a little dungeon puzzle requiring the fire rod. That's how they use the fire rod as a puzzle item. Review. Oh. I'm definitely not going to be able to beat the boss here on 1 heart. And with as low magic as I have. Okay, a key. Yep. Had to kill the Gibdo for it, and I died. Well, I have full health and magic. I have opened all the rooms. Well, not full health, but and it didn't recover my magic at all. I'll get magic back on the way. Okay. There we go. And yeah, this drops magic as well. Oh yeah. You thought I was gonna be there, but I took damage. Ah! Instead. I hope that one of these guys drops a full... Yeah, there we go. I picked it up on my way out. Yeah, Skullwoods can be kind of annoying because of the floor masters there. The ding you hear here, well, that one was because I uncovered this wall. But there would be another one that would happen shortly after I entered that room. That would be just from the previous room's puzzle unsolving itself. Well, I have the key, so... Oh, slight magic recovery. Yeah. Well, time to fight the boss. Mothula. It's a moth. It's weak to fire. And it's extremely a pain to fight because of its room. Like, yeah, it's a painful room to do combat in, is the big challenge of Mothula. Which, by the way, the fact that the boss for this dungeon is a moth also kind of fits with what I was saying about this place is really decrepit and old and in such a state of disrepair that, like, yeah, all that's left here is moths. The dead and moths have infested this place, so kind of fits in with what I was saying. Okay, this time I should be going in with... Never mind. Especially never mind. I was gonna say more health, but... Gonna be going with less magic. Yeah, those are spaced out in such a way that you can't just use your lantern for them either. Oh, come on. There, yeah. That was the puzzle. That was a lantern. A sconce unlit. God, do I spend... Wait, ice rod, and then shatter it. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. How big will this be? Nothing! That's forced to drop the... it's forced to drop magic. I'm gonna go into the Mothula fight with nothing. I have a couple shots with the fire rod. Aside from that, it's gonna be all sword. Here we go. Conveyor belt regularly deciding to change its direction it's facing. Damn it. Okay. Can do this. Have to play a little more cautiously and not take damage off of everything. What did I just tell myself? Whatever, let's just see. Will I get a higher chance to get better magic returns on this? Okay, yes. Seems like that might be a full recover, like guaranteed. Let's see the chances on that. If it's guaranteed to be a big decanter. Okay, it's not guaranteed that it's big. Oh. Yeah, like I said earlier, definitely spaced out, so that way you have to use your fire rod. Whatever. I have enough health, and the big thing is I have good magic. So as long as I just... As long as I just avoid things, I actually have a good chance of killing it with just the fire rod. Aha! Got shoved. Oh god, okay, good. Wow, that was actually pretty good. And there. That was Skull Woods. So now that I've done a dungeon out of order, I'm actually going to do the rest completely in order. As opposed to how I'd normally do it, which is usually doing Thieves Town first. Yeah. So, yeah. Ganon, in the past, got access to the Sacred Realm and got to the Triforce. And it kind of sounds like the reason why things turned out as badly as they did was whoever tried to stop him in the past failed. And that things have been kind of stuck this way for a while, which is why it would have been sealed away. There's the other worst part of Skullwoods, having to have to still go through a bit of it. Just get back out. Yeah, like I said, the Great Cataclysm happened because sounds like Ganon got his hands on the Triforce in the Sacred Realm, and whoever tried to stop him failed, resulting in, well, the Great Cataclysm and everything. So it looks like we have to make up for whatever happened in the past. Maybe that is the link to the past. So now that we have the Fire Rod, like the only thing that's really opened up to us is access to dungeon number 6, the Ice Palace. Because yeah, you need fire to get into the ice place. Makes sense. Also, here's the Village of Outcasts. If you don't got money, don't come here. Well, lucky me, I have a lot of money. You know, if this was in a first-person perspective, I would walk in and I wouldn't see that treasure chest, but they don't know. I can see things from above. They can't hide that from me. And now I'm capped out on rupees. And yeah, this is where the dark stones would be. There's a frog blocked off by them. There's this area blocked off by them. I think that's just what all the signs are going to say. Hi. You're kind of eager. Yeah. Open 2 chests, 30 rupees. I have money to spare. Let's just give this a few shots, see if there's anything here. There was. Okay. I was always wondering that because of the randomizer. Because I'm pretty sure every time I've done the randomizer, it's another one of those situations where it randomizes it to be like within a certain amount of tries, but because it can randomize rupees into that spot, I'm pretty sure that's what I've always ran into. So I was wondering if... like, a piece of heart could possibly be there all this time. So yeah, this is the Village of Outcasts. People without rupees aren't welcome here. Okay, this is a bit suspicious. Also, yeah, Dark World chickens. Dark World cuckoos. 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 They function the same. They're just skeleton birds. Ow. There's a lot of money here, and I should have realized that. Because now I picked up 300 rupees to cap off. It's a functionally only get 30. Yeah, this place is incredibly decrepit. Dark World has definitely been like this for quite some time. What's in here? Oh, right, I already robbed this place. And I don't think I went in here. Yeah, with the enemies here and in the Light World's starting to resemble the Dark World. Yeah, let's buy a couple potions. We have the money to spare. We have more than enough money to spare. So, we were told that we're told that there's a dungeon right there in the center of town where the statue is. And we can see it. I was intending on holding off to see if the game would provide that hint, but I was gonna just, like, you know, do the whole, like, yeah, we can't open. But I didn't know that it locked us in immediately. So, yeah, this is the entrance to the dungeon. Thieves' Town, or Thieves' Hideout. So this is, if you remember in the Light World, one of the houses in Kakariko was acknowledged as being... The house around here was acknowledged as being a hideout for the Thief Blind. So it seems... And this place is the Thieves' Hideout, well, Thieves' Town, and whatnot. So this is the Thieves' Hideout going in here. It's Dungeon 4, so I'm not going to do it right away, though. I'm going to be doing Dungeon 2. Keep things relatively in order from now on. Man, that Arrow game probably does have a heart now that I'm thinking about it. Well, when I need to do my heart cleanup stuff, then that's when I'll figure this stuff out. Before going into the next palace, the Swamp Palace. It's the Marsh Palace, I think. No. I know this place might be bombable again. Yeah, I think it might be I think it's the Swamp Palace. And that the thing that is in the, like, Swamp of Darkness is not, because it has a more special name. Oh, right. There's an... I just remembered from my usual randomizer checks. First of all, actually, if I thought this was a fairy fountain, I should have come here anyways because of low health, but where the fairy fountain normally is. Keep it a secret to everybody. Yeah, whoever this is, they're actually pretty kind. Willing to let us just take a lot of money, even though they're a thief. Well, they have the same sprite as every other thief we've run into. Really satisfying to do that, honestly. The amount of grass we're cutting as we run through it. Which, man, that is such a great addition, the ability to cut grass. Not just because of things that can be found in it, but just because it's satisfying. That probably was entirely the logic. It's satisfying, and let's put things in it to entice people to do it more, so they can feel how satisfying it is. So here it is, the Swamp Palace. There's a ladder. Out of the way. The statue can't be moved. What's this? Oh, it's the hospital. Objects exist simultaneously in both worlds with similar shapes. If the form of a thing changes, it will affect the shape of its twin in the other world. So, if that is the case, we can affect things from one world to the next. Oh. Well, we can drain the swamp here. Drain this little marsh. This lets the water flow through here, which is the big thing. And there was what looked like a little gate where water should come out of in the Dark World version of this, so... maybe that opened up the dam in the Dark World. Aha! Right before I got hit. And it did. Yeah, just a neat little thing for entering this place that... as this is Dungeon 2, this is supposed to be the introduction to, hey, sometimes you need to do something in the light world to affect the dark world, and vice versa. So it's a cute little introduction to that. There's a key. It's under a skull. First of all, break this. This place is very damp. This is functionally the first actual, like, water dungeon in any Zelda. Like, it is a dungeon with water as its theme. So a lot of the puzzles we're going to be doing are going to be focused around the fact that they're going to have something to do with water. It is a much more put together gimmick than Skull Woods has. So, like, here, get that key first, but you can see here is another spout where water can come out of, and you can see a lever there. And just like with the entrance, the ladder we could only reach if we were swimming. Also the wall. just move the switch. So there. Change the water level in that little hallway, allowing us to swim and reach this ledge. Yeah, like I said, it's the first real water dungeon in any Zelda. And honestly, it's one of the best. Mainly because, just making a dungeon built around water level stuff usually gets too complicated. But we'll get there when we get there in the other games. Yeah, things crawling out of the little holes there. Because this is admittedly less of, you know, a palace or a temple, and more of like, kind of almost like a sewer system. It's very grimy here. Oh. That's where the compass was. Yeah, the big key is just right here. Well, the big chest is just right there. Right in the center of this place. There's a lot of stuff we just can't access because we need to get across gaps. Oh right, I bought a bunch of potions. I should use them. It's gonna be a switch that we need to hit. We first need to get a key. So, in spite of this standard formation of blocks, we cannot shove them. But there's a key here. So in the randomizer, by the way, I was worried that this would be a soft lock, because you can actually, like, due to how the randomizer works, it is possible to progress into this room and hit this switch without actually getting the key from under that skull. And if you flood that, like, hallway, well, you don't have access to that skull. This is one of the few things, because of that, this game actually, because of the idea that you could potentially do that. I don't know if it's a randomizer thing, or if it's just how the game was designed in the first place. They had that check as a just in case. But yeah, this water level does reset when you leave. So if you do potentially have a way of getting, like, to that room with the lever, you could still get that skull by resetting the dungeon. That was a big worry of mine during the randomizer. That I accidentally soft-locked myself. Nothing. Now with this formation of rocks, though, well, blocks, we can push those. Throw that out of the way. Ugh, just taking too much damage. Back up we go. It's a valuable check in the random, when, you know, every treasure chest is randomized, but right now, screw you too, game. Ow. Oh, there's a switch I need to hit. So yeah, I need to hit the switch in here. Take the longer way around. There, now I'll be able to fall down that hole and those blocks won't be in the way. Let's see what that gives me access to. Probably the boss key, well, the big key, because there's not much else I can do to progress right now. There's not many more rooms There's not many more rooms that I can access without whatever's in that big chest. There we go. Oh, pressing the wrong button to try and lift. My hand shifted over to the right. There we go. Boing. This is the hook shot. Extends and contracts and boing. You can grab many things. Welcome to the greatest item in like any video game ever. Every video game is better with a grappling hook. And the hook shot, the way it works by pulling you to things, like, Link to the Past ain't the first game that did it, but it is a game that solidified it as a Zelda item. And it is the greatest Zelda item of all time. In every Zelda game it pops up in, the hookshot is the best item. It's just the coolest. So yeah, we can now, if something is like metal or like a pot or a pot equivalent, we can hook it. We can grab it with the hook shot and pull ourselves to it. You know, I don't really think of this as boing, by the way, like for a sound. It's very metal. Very good sound, by the way. Really good sound design on it. So, by the way, hook shot is a projectile. It can damage things. It can't kill most things, but there are a lot of things it can. Like, when these things electrify, oh, give it a second, I can still hit them. So yeah, it's just generally all around great to have. It is just a fantastic item. Okay, so there's a locked door there. Come on. Switch here. Okay. Drop this onto the switch. Yeah, with those basic skeletons, I think it does do a little bit of damage, but it mainly stuns them. Like, it does a little bit of damage for the stun, but that's it. Maybe it might just stun them like the boomerang. But yeah, basically it's akin to the boomerang, but it can kill a couple more things in terms of how it hits. And also for picking up things at a distance, it also can do that. So functionally, in a lot of ways, it's a replacement for the boomerang. Oh, I can just hookshot across there. I don't have it lined up with the treasure chest, but if I did, I'd be able to hookshot to that. We can use it for slightly faster movement in a lot of cases when we're lined up with things. Oh, there. Push that into place. I should probably use another red potion. This tongue is so inviting. I want to yank on it, but nothing. Oh. Well. So I intentionally did that. I knew that that wasn't an intentional choice by me. That wasn't like me forgetting how this dungeon's flow works. Because now, like, for how you would think about it, you would then go like, okay, well then, obviously I'd have to get down that door to get to the other side of the room to switch. Come on. Come on. There we go. So then you think, wait, if this opens this door, maybe I'll check that door. And oh hey, it opened both. That's the intended way it tricks you. Just like, oh, you run into the switch and realize, oh, I have to go down from another side. How do I get to that other side? Oh, the switch worked for both. Because you can bypass that first side just almost entirely. I say almost for a reason, though. Well, you can entirely, actually, now that I think about it. You don't need to go down that path. Because now that I've drained the water for the basement, well, for B2, hey, those chests are accessible. That's just money I can't carry. Okay, yeah, I could have just walked there. Good to know. Yeah, this place is kind of, yeah, a lot of aquatic things, a lot of water itself fighting us, a lot of spouts. Video games have always taught me, though, you can always walk behind a waterfall. There's always gonna be at least one. The fact there's so many here makes it pretty obvious that one of these has to have something. Also, the fact that you walk in here and you see, like, oh, there's a room to the right. There's an entrance to the right, so it must just be obscured. Once again, the way that this game is explicitly, like, teaching you what are now today core concepts for game design and how you design puzzles and dungeons. It's really interesting to look back at, and it's really honestly kind of hard to think, like, getting in a mindset where you're trying to look at it as, no, this game really was teaching people how a lot of this, what we now see as basic game design, works. How a lot of this just functions as a whole. Oh, just a key under a pot. Just the way that it would signal things, the way that, like, it's explicitly doing little things just to like trick you, but it's also kind of like teaching you like, okay, this is the thing you need to think about for progression. Like how like dungeon flow works. And hey, boss room. By the way, neat little touch. Boss room floors like this always are of the boss itself. Just a little image of, like, a little image of what the boss looks like. Kind of. So, yeah, here is the boss for here. I forget its name entirely. But we use the hook shot to pull a thing off of it. Pull these little protective clouds off of it. Cut them up. Kill them. Got it before it returned. Oh, hello, cat. No. I just noticed I was at 1 heart. I thought I was at 2, but... Yeah, I'm taking a lot of damage in the Dark World. Just in general, it ups the damage on everything that everything does. By a lot. Yeah, just goal is just to hook shot it until we get everything off of it. So this is a boss that explicitly requires you have the hook shot to even damage it. So similar, so the 2 bosses that we fought so far, the dungeon item for them was good, but not required. Also, yeah, this final phase that it does is reminiscent of what other bosses have done when they're, you know, by themselves, but arguably even easier. And there. Very, very, very quickly, swamp palace boss. Argy. Wait, no, it's Argos, surrounded by Argy. Right. There we go. So it's hidden away here because it's too powerful. Ganondorf, the evil thief, who rediscovered the Golden Land where the Triforce was hidden. Luckily, he couldn't figure out how to return to the Light World. With magical powers which only the hero can make the most of. Some other magical warping points like the one you saw on Death Mountain by using... This is meant to tell you how you can go back and forth. This is... Okay. Ganondorf, the thief. No, Ganon, the evil king of darkness. So I didn't know he was actually called Ganondorf in this game. That Ganondorf the thief. But then, after he gained the power of the Triforce, he became Ganon, the King of Darkness. There's a lot more going on in the story and writing of this game than I realized. In terms of, like, how this game really is the basis for, like, everything Zelda going forward, even in writing. So, yeah, this... Huh. I've actually got a big smile on my face at that. Because, damn. Like... Yeah, this game stacks up a ton. Like, I can already see... Like, it's a lot of stuff that is, like... In spite of how much I played this game, I skipped all the dialogue because I played it so much. So I never really paid it that much mind anymore, like, every time I replayed it. And then lately I've been playing the randomizer, which skips all the dialogue, basically. So I didn't really realize just how much there is for the story in this game that the later games reference. I thought that it was stuff that the later games made up for themselves to further build on things. But no, it is flat out No, this game is what set everything up. Like I said, I didn't know that the full name Ganondorf came from this game, and that is explicitly acknowledged that he was a great thief when he was Ganondorf, but after getting the Triforce, he became the King of Evil and became just known as Ganon. Yeah, finding that out is actually... Yeah, that puts a lot of things into context that I kind of took for granted. Like, stuff that I did know, but like I said, just didn't really click per se, like, as being this far set up. Like, set up this far in advance. But yeah, anyways, as we were told, there's portals in the light world hidden all over the place. And that's how we're supposed to figure out, like, how we get to Thieves Town. And how we do Skull Woods and whatnot. Like, how we get to Skull Woods and how we get to Thieves Town. We're told that, like, oh hey, there's hidden spots in the light world that lead to the dark world. But of course, like, I already know that stuff. Once again, I kind of take it for granted, because, like, well, I admittedly also am the sort of person that would explore and find that out on their own. Yeah, we now have the grappling hook. I thought the grappling hook was needed for a Skullwood, actually. Like, genuinely thought that. Grappling hook does open up access to a ton of things, though. It is one of our big items for everything. Like, that one broken bridge on, if we come across, like, a broken bridge, like the one on Death Mountain, chances are we can just grappling hook our way across. Yeah. So with Argus oh god! I hit a tree that had a wasp nest in it. So yeah, Argus, by the way, like I said, is the first boss that actually full-on requires the use of the dungeon item. Which, once again, this game is really reinforcing that, like, hey, the dungeon item is 100% needed for progression. That, like, the dungeon item that you get is generally, like, this is the progression item to a big degree. This is needed. This is not just a nice thing to have. We want to reinforce you that you need to use this. Usually when you get it, you need to use it immediately upon getting it, because everything else you can do is blocked off by it. And then you get to the boss and it's further reinforcing, use the dungeon item. And it's kind of neat to look back at that sort of design. The game really hammering it in that you need to use the dungeon item to progress constantly as soon as you get it. And what its uses are, how you can use it, what its potential uses are, and using the dungeon is kind of a way of explaining that for the sake of later, while also offering a challenge and puzzle in and of itself. So before doing any further exploration, I'm gonna, like, based around what now having the grappling hook, let's go into Thieves Town. Let's buy potions first, actually. But yeah, but yeah, Argus is the first boss that requires its dungeon item. The other ones, you had other ways of dealing with them. The dungeon items were nice. Like, for dealing with the Armos Knights, having the dungeon item, having the bow, did more damage to them. But you could kill them with just the sword. It would just take a while. It would take longer. So it's a way of easing you into that. And then for the next dungeon, you only got the gloves, which can't really be used in a combat situation. So as a result, like, the boss doesn't really require them. The boss does take more damage from the bow, though. And then for the next dungeon, that was, once again, you got the Moon Pearl, which is a progression item and needed, but You don't even have to get that item to do any puzzle solving in the dungeon itself. So you then... But then you get into the Dark World, and now it's, hey, that progression item you got, that is required. Use it on the boss. And it eases you into that with the Helmasaur King, where it will keep reinforcing, hey, use this to fight things that have too good armor for you to get through. And it's keeping it in your mind, so that way when your sword takes off of it, it's like, oh, I can use this. Maybe, and then you could also use the bombs, which actually are faster, but still. And then Mothula took more damage from the Fire Rod, but, well, because that's still resource-based, the Fire Rod, you can run out of it and not have enough. It allows you to kill it with the sword. It just takes a lot of damage from the Fire Rod. So yeah, we're seeing the game really reinforce that, hey, the dungeon item is needed. If the dungeon item can interact with the boss, the dungeon item is needed for the boss. And that's going to be how things work going forward. Though there are interesting cases where, like I said, for the Helmasaur King, you don't need the dungeon item to beat it. You could technically, if you could potentially get to it without the hammer somehow, you could still kill the Helmasaur King, as long as you had bombs. If they're a resource, and you could run out of them. And the game isn't going to try and screw you over on that front, that if you run out of bombs, well, you're screwed. It does make me wonder if originally Helmasaur King was going to be weak to bombs, and then they changed it and made Helmasaur King weak to the hammer. But then again, that'd be very late to have bombs be introduced. So it might be more onto the pile of how I wonder if they were originally planning on this game having a second quest where you would have the ability to like shuffle dungeon items and dungeon order around. Because I've mentioned this, but with how well this game functions for a randomizer, because it's so blocked by just progression items. Hey, I got the big key already, right at the start of the dungeon. So yeah, with how much this game is locked off just based around the items you have, there seems to be a lot of room for, oh yeah, if we just place this item in this place and switch it around like this, you can still progress, just in a different order. So it makes me wonder, yeah, if they were planning on a second quest sort of thing for this game, and just never got around to it. But that there's still a lot of elements of things being designed around the idea that you don't necessarily need certain items to beat them. Okay. I go down here. Yeah, it does end up helping make the randomizer incredibly good. Like, the randomizer for this game is arguably the best one there is. Like, it's competing with stuff like Symphony of the Night and Aria of Sorrow. Competing with Metroid randomizers. Which, like, yeah, that makes sense. Metroidvanias are kind of built in similar ways. Also kind of states how much the Zelda franchise does actually have its roots in the same sort of ideas of progression. Zeldas are actually Metroidvanias, that's my stance. I'm sticking to it. Prove me wrong. Okay, so I can use the boss key already. I can heal already because I only bought one. I'm an idiot. Okay, so I want to get to that bombable wall on the side there. I don't know why I want to, but I do. It doesn't seem like it's going to lead to anything. Well, it leads to another bombable wall. And yeah, these aren't going to have keys under them, are they? No. Let's see what's under here, though. Well, behind here. So the amount of money I have, I should upgrade my bomb and capacity. Well. Nice preview of things. Preview of things to come. Yeah, with the amount of money I have, I should upgrade my bomb and arrow capacity sometime soon. It's a long process, unfortunately, but... That's why the randomizer just makes them 100 rupee purchases. Poor Link. So pure of heart that he becomes defenseless when transformed into what his heart shows. Were not he a bit more fierce, he may be able to. He would be maybe able to fight back. So yeah, here's a room. Looks like a bit of a arena. So if we do remember, by the way, there was the mention of Blind. How Blind's hideout existed in that one house. And Blind hated sunlight. And that was kind of his weakness. And if we remember the geographical location of things, like, so the dungeon entrance is just a bit southwest of where that boss room is. So that and that dungeon entrance would be in the, like, village square. So that boss room would probably be around under where the equivalent Light World house would be that was said to be Blind's hideout. So that's just something to keep in mind about, like, little geographical things. Also, these little weird things that float around as, like, little clouds. Damn it. Wanted to grab it. Oh, hey, right. I have the hook shot now. So instead of actually doing that conveyor belt bit, I should have done this. So this dungeon is built with the hook shot in mind, but in the sense that it makes your life easier if you remember that you have it, or if you did this dungeon in the appropriate order. If you didn't just zoom to here and skip the swamp palace. Oh. I am not hitting that switch. Thank you very much. Don't be deceived by the magic of Blind the Thief. So, Blind is still alive. He just somehow ended up in the Dark World. Stop it. Damn it. I can't grab anything. There we go. Well. So that was just snakes. I guess I have to flip that switch now. I guess I have to free all these spikes. Well, I'll do this the smart way. Yeah, Zelda's telling us don't be deceived by Blind, which, yeah, this is... So Blind somehow ended up in the Dark World and made his own hideout here. Oh, hey, light. That certainly has nothing to do with my mention of Blind having a weakness to light. Bombs. That's curious to place in this room with a cracked floor, with light shining directly down on it, that is placed directly above where the boss room would be, which, by the way, yeah, the boss room was that little arena that we walked into and then walked out of because it was empty. I wonder if we would blow up this floor. We would bomb this floor. Ow. And then blow it up, letting light in from here into that room that we would fight blind in. I wonder. That's all it is. It's just a wonder. Let's continue the dungeon. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously that floor is not going to blow up if all these aren't. Why bother? Why bother trying? The motto of a Zelda game, why bother even trying? It probably won't work. No need to check. Ow. Ow. I timed that the worst I could. Place that here. There we go. Presumably these enemies here are like meant to be the thieves that are part of Blind's gang. Potentially even some of the thieves that like Ganon worked with, maybe? Well, that's too far off, honestly. Because it's, like I said, it's kind of feels like the prophecy is that a hero would rise up should like somebody evil get their hands on the should somebody get their hands on, like, somebody evil get their hands on the Triforce, like, get into the Sacred Realm and whatnot, and that... Damn it. I can't block... My shield can't block bones. So... But, like, from the sounds of it, if that were to have happened... Well, this place has been like this for a long time, from the sound of it. So that would have happened a long time ago. And somebody would have had to have failed for Ganon to have succeeded and turned this place into the Dark World. So it's probably way too long ago for us to... way too long ago for, like, anybody that was with Ganon to, like, be still alive, unless they're, like, explicitly monsters. This is a fun trick. Gotta kill all these to get out on this conveyor belt, surrounded by empty pit, with enemies that will electrocute you, and bumpers just going around. That is literally all that room is. That's just a fun trick that the game pulls. There's nothing there. Also, yeah, we could have just skipped that and lifted that block, gone down here. And hey! Blocks! Oh, somebody's here. Untransformed by the Dark World. What's this? A key? Okay. I mean, there's nothing suspicious going on here. The fact that you're untransformed in the Dark World, you're for some reason in the Thieves' hideout. I was also told to be wary of this guy Blind and his magic. So, hey, here's the big chest. So this Thieves' Town, the Titan's Mitt. Now can lift the heaviest of stones that were once impossible to budge. So yeah, I just get around it like that. if we didn't get around it like that, we could take damage and warp back to the entrance, or we could just hook shot to one of the statues. But once again, we might not have the hook shot, so we could just take damage and get back to the entrance. Yeah, so I'm guessing the implication for why the Titan's Mitt is here, and there's nothing to do with the Titan's Mitt as a puzzle, is first of all, what are you going to do? Have heavier stones be the entire gimmick? And the fact that nothing here has to really do with it, aside from there's, you know, two big stones for you to move. Like 2 big blocks for you to move. My guess is the implication is that, well, this is the thieves' hideout, and that was the thieves' treasure. It has nothing to do with the dungeon because it's just what they stole. Of course it has nothing to do with this place. Yeah, we now have the Titan Mitt. We can now lift those darker colored blocks. Darker colored rocks and whatnot. Which basically opens up the rest of the world to us. We have the hook shot and we have the Titan's Mitt, so nothing really can block us anymore. Hey, wanna go in here? Curious room, huh? Let's go outside. I am actually, like, I know what's actually going on, but, like, because, yeah, this is obviously absurdly suspicious. The fact that just, yeah, this random person who doesn't even identify herself as, like, one of the sages is obviously, she's obviously lying. This is the Dark World. If she was a normal person in the Dark World, she would have to have the Moon Pearl, which we have. Maybe there's multiples. Like, maybe she would at least identify herself as, like, a daughter of one of the sages. Ow. She would at least identify herself as daughter of one of the sages. I have to go back and get her. So, and Zelda told us, you know, hey, be wary of Blind and his magic. Don't let him deceive you, and this seems like a pretty deceptive thing to just find in this dungeon. Like, just a normal person, so it's... Yeah, obviously, this is Blind, I know, but, like... I've never actually seen what happens if you do try to take them outside of the dungeon. Is there a thing for that? Is that just a death or a game over? Because obviously it can't lock you out of beating the game. There has to be something it does to stop that. It also kind of makes the game calling out that one room, by the way, as the boss room kind of maybe a bit too much helping the player. Because it is a very distinct, like, when, like, without that, you could still kind of figure out where you're supposed to go. Because, like I said, so it's fairly obvious that this is Blind, and Blind is weak to sunlight, weak to light, and so obviously the way we're going to dispel Blind's magic is by exposing him to sunlight. There's the room right above that little arena that has the hole that, you know, is shined directly upon by sunlight. So obviously we blow a hole in the floor, we bring Blind into that room, and now Blind is exposed to sunlight, dispelling the magic, and there we get our boss fight. It's actually a cool sequence, like a cool idea for this game's sequence, and like to have a non-just direct, here's the boss, go fight the boss thing like that. I like that. I think it's really cool. But like I said, I don't know what happens if you intentionally don't do that. If you do, just fall for it. Will I leave the dungeon and, oh, where did she go? I better go back into the dungeon and try to save her. And is that just it? That it's just, huh, I must have lost her. And it's just kind of an eternal trick to kind of get you to keep coming back in. Or like get you to keep coming back in. Because obviously Blind is safe in his hideout, and Blind is specifically protecting, like, somebody chosen to protect the crystal containing one of the Sage Descendants. So, like, if you're not able to fight Blind, that's the entire purpose of Blind doing this illusion. Is that if you're not fighting Blind, then that Sage Crystal, that whack-ass Crystal Prison's staying. So yeah, I'm just sitting here wondering. It's probably just gonna be like, hey, you have to go back and get her. Or, wait a minute, please don't go this way. Okay, you can't leave. Blind going, you're not, no, you're, that's not, the dungeon is supposed to, do you actually believe me? You're supposed to do the thing, the light thing. My guess is it's supposed to be just like, if you were to excuse this in like story terms, it's supposed to be like, Blind is like, hey, don't go there, just explore the dungeon more, trying to lead you into more danger and potential death. But yeah, I kind of like that, just like, no, what? That's not how this is supposed to go. So yeah, let's just go blow open that little hole in the floor. Ow. Wait a minute, please don't go this way. Why would you be telling me that? Okay, so, okay, when she says that, it's to intentionally, like, leave you if you go that way. So I could have left the dungeon and she wouldn't have followed. And in this case, it's don't go this way because, like, if you've caught on, you're like, oh, I'll go to the hallway that has all the light in it. And then she won't follow you there. So then you blow open that floor, letting the light down. So now she'd be willing to follow you into a room that she doesn't know has light in it. She doesn't want to leave because that'll expose the illusion. So she wants you to just kind of go around it, like the dungeon and whatnot, with her, looking for a way out that is a specific one that obviously doesn't exist as you keep running into damage and getting killed. And the goal is to, like, bring her into a room that she doesn't know you've let light into. Because it's supposed to be you figured out that this is Blind, and you're trying to guide her into direct sunlight. You're trying to guide Blind into direct sunlight, so you figured this out, and you're just trying to figure out a way to do it without Blind realizing it. It's just the whole question of, like, okay, what's Blind thinking? Yeah, let's just go to the boss room now. What we have turned into the boss room. Once again, I actually like this sequence as, like, just the idea of it. Just, like, we've kind of figured out the whole trick going on here, and we're trying to figure out a way to get the boss to reveal itself. And here. So, now, and that dispels the illusion. Blind as this! You thought Blind being a thief would mean that Blind is, you know, a person that was in the light world. Well, of course, they entered the dark world and became this, because this is what their heart was. This matches up with what their heart is. So yeah, just gotta avoid the bullet hell this is becoming, and It doesn't actually matter if we do, like, the damage of the individual swings we do. We just have to hit 3 times specifically. And I find it much easier to hit on the lower. When blind is on the lower side of the map. Well, let's go buy some potions. Yeah, like I said, I think it's a pretty neat way to have you, like, handle the boss of a dungeon. Because you know you need to beat blind to get that crystal. You know you need to beat the boss to get the crystal and whatnot. So you have to figure out, okay, this is obviously a trick. This is obviously, like, something to, like, catch me. So, I have to figure out how to take a blind in disguise into a room with light. I have to bring blind into the light, that way I can dispel the illusion, and thus, like, actually fight blind. So it's all about figuring out how you can set up the boss room. I'll drink one right now, and then buy another. Yeah, blind is kind of like the only human who really who really shows off that, like, oh, you've turned into a monster, huh? Like, that we actually, like, fight. Everything else is like a dungeon monster. Blind is like, blind used to be a person, and then came into the dark world and turned into the monster that they were in their heart. And of course, because they were powerful, like, Ganondorf went like, hey, well, Ganon at this point went, hey, join me. Hey, you wanna hold on to this whack-ass crystal prison? And yeah, so that's how that happened, basically. But yeah, blind's just waiting in here now. Attack from the side. Trying to hit from below is hard. Possible, but it's hard. I had to get right up into its armpit. Well, I guess those look more like flames coming off of it. Yeah, and you just have to do this 3 times, so 9 hits total. On one hand, it's kind of annoying that you can't speed it up through higher damage attacks. On the other, it's kind of nice that you don't need to worry about that. It's just pure 9 damage, so it doesn't matter how much damage you're doing. And there. That's Dungeon 4. It's 4 dungeons in 4 hours. I think I got another in me? I don't know if it's ironic. Yeah. So, the Knights of Hyrule defended the sages as they sealed away the Dark World. Well, as they sealed it away. I wonder if that's trying to say that the war happened for the Triforce. The Sacred Realm was sealed. Okay, so the war happened for the Triforce. The Sacred Realm was sealed away by the sages. And then eventually Ganondorf found a way into the Sacred Realm to get the Triforce. And then became Ganon with the power now afforded by that. But then couldn't find a way out. And Aghanim, he's working with Oghanim to try and combine the two to essentially get a way out. And hey, we can lift these now, so we can get to this frog. Well, take him to his partner. You know, it's pretty easy to actually figure out who his partner is. We can just warp back with him. Once again, those people on Death Mountain, like, they probably could have just come with me. Yeah, he's one of the blacksmiths duo. So, yeah. So, with that, come back in. Ember my sword. For 10 rupees. I don't have a sword anymore. I have no attack right now. So, it's gonna take a bit, which I think is just screen transitions. Oh, done. I'll just see if I can do some screen transitions, and that's it. So I remember there was, like, a way to do this very quickly. It might be a different screen transition than this one, though. Well, I guess it's time to bring out the hammer if I need to actually fight anything. You know what? I would laugh if it was real time, but... Sword. Tempering. Link to the past. Tempered sword. It just says, leave the house and go back in. I'm guessing it's leave the house and move a screen away, then go back in. There we go. Yeah, it was just leave the house, move a screen away. So yeah, I now have the tempered sword. It now glows red. And it does even more damage than the Master Sword did. So we got our sword upgraded. I'm gonna take a bit of damage just so I can show off the sound effect it makes better. I really like the sound of it swinging. Like, the Master Sword kind of whooshed. Oh, I'm taking damage on that. The Master Sword kind of whooshed, but the Tempered Sword here sounds much more, like, heavy and chunky. Like it's ripping through the air or just, like, tearing it apart. And hey, in here, because the key is locked inside this chest, you can never open it. Just take it with you. But similar to the blacksmith's partner, we have something following us. If we try and run, we drop it. If we jump down a ledge, oh, it follows us. I thought it would disappear. Yeah, if we try and run, it'll drop. So we need to find a locksmith to actually open this thing. There we go. You can't enter with something following you. Okay, I'll leave it behind. Yeah, it's just a piece of heart. I'm actually not that far off from having gotten all of the pieces of heart, huh? Oh, there was that one middle-aged man who says, "Don't talk to me." Well, has a sign that says, "Don't talk to me." And there was that one thief who told us that there was a master locksmith that he used to work with that now disguises himself as just a strange middle-aged man. That was just an ordinary middle-aged man, so I got nothing. I say as I'm heading directly there. Yeah, I promise. And inside was a bottle. And there, that's all 4 bottles. Yeah, our Tempered Sword does a lot more damage, by the way. I believe that also powers up our sword beams, too. But yeah, like... I like that it's just like, okay, you brought this chest to me, you heard I was a thief, okay. Keep this quiet between the both of us. So, now, I'm just thinking of little side things I can do. So in terms of... So I have one more piece of heart to get. I have 3 more dungeons to do, like for the crystals. I might... Give me a second, I wonder if... I'm just curious about a thing. Okay. So, I have 5 more heart pieces in the game. So I have actually found almost every heart piece in the game, just based off memory. Good. And I know where one more is, right now, right at this very second. And yeah, basically we're free to go anywhere now. So I'm trying to think about the other dungeon rewards and other dungeon items. I know I need... Okay, so... The Ice Palace item isn't needed. Turtle Rock isn't needed, because Turtle Rock is supposed to be the final dungeon we do anyway. And Misery Mire, the one in the Swamp of Darkness, well, Swamp of Death, or Doom, or whatever it was. That one is only needed for Misery Mire and Turtle Rock. So... And that stuff isn't really needed for overworld stuff either. I'm just trying to think. Looking at the map right now. So let's first... That's what I'm going to do. Like, I'm not going to do another dungeon right now. I'm going to leave that for next time. But for right now, I'm just going to... go do some cleanup for items. Probably get the last of them, honestly. Alright, to get to Misery Mire. So I noticed that one strange rock that this bird drops you off on. Here. Hey. Yeah. That's how you get into Misery Mire. Well, that's how you get into the swamp before Misery Mire. I do wonder... I don't think that there's a portal on this little side here. Yeah, this place is storming. And it's got a lot of ominous-looking entrances. Ow. Okay, got another piece of heart. I already know where another one is, because I saw it on Death Mountain. I know how to get to that. So that leaves me with 3 pieces of hearts that I potentially don't know where they are. Only potentially, though. Because like I said, I do, thanks to my randomizer runs, I'm pretty sure I know all of the item check locations. The only ones that I might be, like, so it's a question of, like, do I remember, like, do I just not associate with a heart piece for right now? Is that all I'm doing? Oh, let's actually check. Like, we only have 2 slots left in our inventory with anything that anything can go in. Oh, hey. Monster magic's making it rain in swamp. If you can move the air with more force than the monsters, the rain may stop. But we do have a spell that can move the air. Ether. Let's go fix that rain problem then. Oh. 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 Okay, so. Oh, there's that hole that's been there this whole time that we will only ostensibly be able to access once we, like, get inside the pyramid somehow. Try this again at Misery Mire. So yeah, the only real places that I could think of that might have a heart piece that I just never got are the shooting minigame, which would bring me down to 2 remaining. I think there might be... Oh. That right tells me use ether here. I guess if you didn't have ether, like, that hint would be for the sake of, like, hey, you need to find something that can move the air, but right here, it just outright tells you, use ether in this spot. And with that, Misery Mire's open. So I'm not going to do this right now, but I do want to show off a little neat little thing about, so I said that you don't actually need the hookshot to do Misery Mire. This is the intended way you get in. Crossing this gap. But if you don't have the hookshot, this is supposed to be a little thing that blocks you from doing this if you don't have a hookshot, basically. But you can bonk across. I believe if you don't have the boots, you could also... Let's try and do this. I believe it is possible to blow yourself across using a bomb. Alright, I have 4 potions. I have 4 bottles now. So I can hold 4 potions max. That's a lot of healing. But anyways. Enough of this place. So, I believe there was a treasure chest opening minigame in Lost Woods. And I wonder if that has a heart piece in it. So yeah. Once again, that rock being there almost feels like, hey, if this game, like, if you got here without the hammer, you could still access that warp, as long as you have the Titan's Mitts. Even though ostensibly you're accessing that warp so you can get the Titan's Mitts. So once again, it feels like maybe there was, like, it works incredibly well for the randomizer, but maybe there was an intent for a second quest. Okay, these weren't all picked up, actually. I like that the prompt for no is escape! Run! Run from the gambling! God, this costs a lot and the returns are not great. Which is why I think it probably has a piece of heart in it. Okay, there. It's made up for itself. God, I'm gonna have to get good at that archery game, aren't I? So this game is... It did start the whole Zelda thing of, like, the mini-games give you stuff, give you heart pieces. Didn't it? At least it's helpful for, like, thinking about, like, future randomizer runs. Like, that, yes, these are things I do need to check. At least presumably for some of them. I'm actually gonna just check. To the past. Art pieces. Just see the map with them. I'm not actually going to pay attention to any of this, but... I just want to know... Just looking across this very quickly. Okay, okay, yeah, now I remember a bunch of them. Okay. So, it doesn't look like that is one of the locations. I was trying to skim past it to avoid spoilers, but oh, then I see them and like, oh right, that one! I forgot about that one. Right, there's the one over here, like, that we were told to whoever wears the cape, but obviously, like, you need the hook shot to get across, not a cape. And then there's the one on Death Mountain that we saw. Leaving 2. Which I'm pretty sure there's another on Death Mountain. There might be yet another on Death Mountain as well. The remaining ones might all be Death Mountain, basically. I'll just go down through here. Yeah. I'll give a piece of heart to the person who wears the cape. Oh. Which I have a cape, but that's not gonna help here in the slightest. Like, I guess it would help you get past that, but you don't need it for that. It's easy. Okay. Yeah, it was telling you you need the cape to get past that. Okay. Well, I guess it was required. Okay, with that... next would be on top of Death Mountain. Man, these statues of Aghanim, knowing that it's actually Ganondorf who's the one in control here. Okay, so let's warp back. Quickly go up here. I'm just trying to look at the map to see if I remember any very specific ones. So what I want to do first is go across. Go across here, which takes us to this specific, very suspicious spot. Which, nothing. Yeah, nothing. You would think, but no. Yeah, this is a gap that's way too far to just bonk across or bomb across. So yeah, the piece of heart right there. So let's figure out how to get that first. So, well. Oh. So, I'm probably going to be told this. But that's the order. I'd probably be told this by one of the sages. One of the sages' descendants, but also we use Quake to get in. In the randomizer, it randomizes which spell you need for both Misery Mire and for Turtle Rock. But yeah, that's the order. I know what to say. Rando runs. So. Whoa. I cast Ether, it'll temporarily expose this. Flashes it and doesn't expose it forever, but it's just enough time to try and remember it. I'm doing this first rather than grabbing all the treasure chests. Nothing. Open, and open. And this is just fairy fountain. Actually, that's helpful at the moment. This is nothing. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, so it's some fairies. I have 2 empty bottles, so... Come on. And if we remember, that's where the piece of heart was. That's 2, so there's only 2 left in the game. And this is a jumpable ledge. Don't think about perspective. Okay, that actually makes sense, because that's supposed to be high up. Hey, Lionels! Wondering where these guys were. So yeah, Lionels from Zelda 1 return. In this exact specific location. Thanks to having the tempered sword, we can deal with them reasonably. But yeah, they're kind of like the biggest, baddest generic enemy. And oh hey! This glowing tower with a lot of boars on it couldn't have anything to do with Ganon and the tower and Ganon's tower that we were told about. Were we told about Ganon's tower? I think we were. So, well. Gotta explore this side of Death Mountain a bit more in the Dark World now. Like, a part of me still actually feels really guilty over checking that, like, map. Just even for the brief second I did. I feel guilty because, like, oh man, I have, like, seeing it was like a... I did memorize most of this game. I didn't need to check that, damn it. I don't know why I feel guilty over checking a map just to make things a little more expedient. Just to make sure I'm not wasting my time doing things I don't need to do for hours. But at the same time, that's just how it works. Well. Okay, pick a hole. This one. Seems the most out of the way. Okay, all 3 of them probably lead back to that spot. It'd be funny if there was just a piece of heart right here. I don't know why that'd be funny. It'd be nice. So, I do know the location of what I'm pretty sure is the last piece of heart you're supposed to find. And it actually is a bit of an odd thing. Like, considering what the game has been doing all this time. So I want to take that one just because it's faster to get up with that. So we can see this here. Well, hello, cat. But, as you can see, it was an exit leading to an entrance, or vice versa. Either way, we can't just land on there. We have to go through something, and it'll take us to the other one. So, we're gonna have to do a brief venture into Turtle Rock. Quake to open this. We'll find out how we're supposed to do all of this later, next week. For now, I'm just getting it out of the way because there's heart pieces to collect. Oh, hello. Medicine of Magic. If not, I recommend against going any further. Wow. Okay, never mind. I actually can't do that heart piece now. I have to get another item first. I forgot that that blocks you off immediately, that you cannot, without the specific item that you need, that it just flat out, it just says, no, you cannot progress. You cannot enter this dungeon yet. So it is outright like, no, this is the final dungeon. You can skip the Ice Palace and put it off and have that be the last one. But, anyways, so... in here. Hey, remember this place? Well, we now have a magic cape that makes us invincible, so we can just walk on spikes. The way these lanterns are placed makes me think that, like, maybe you could, you know, hookshot your way, but, well, you can't lift up that rock without the cape. And hey, Cane of Burna. Swing it once, a ring of light will protect you. These hearts are because, hey, it's gonna be painful getting back out. You're out of magic now. So, you're invincible when you're being pulled along by the hookshot. Or even when you're shooting it out. Ow, ow, ow. Made it. I mean, I could have died. I have fairies as well, but... now just to scan the rest of this place, just to make sure that there's no additional pieces of heart here. This one was just a fairy fountain that can at least end the beeping. But yeah, the thing is that to get the final heart piece, we have to outright go into Turtle Rock. Because Turtle Rock does have an exit that leads outside of it. Wait, no, that's... That's actually just progression, now that I think about it. So never mind, that wouldn't be the heart piece. So I was thinking, like, oh hey, this is the first time a dungeon itself has a heart piece as a reward inside it. Because that's not a thing this game has done. Heart pieces are all to be found on the overworld. Or at most, a mini dungeon. Slowest running up the stairs ever. Okay, so the Cane of Burna was the only thing here. Does mean we're one item away from having all of the different inventory items. It's kind of... Oh, you can just hookshot this. I didn't know you could hookshot those blocks. So I have 2 pieces of heart left to get. Right. So, my thoughts are, it is potentially the minigames. I actually should check the heart pieces then, because with 2 to go, I'm now confused about where they could be. Okay, it is in Turtle Rock, like I thought it was. Okay. And I see where the last one is, okay. But no, it is in Turtle Rock. I have to go through it to get that one. It's just that... Okay, I see where the mix-up was. So, first of all... I actually forgot about this. It's... I did completely forget about... There was a ledge that... Once again, you could just warp to from, here. Right here. Oh! Haha! Yeah, and under here... Gotta figure out how to shove everything out of the way. Okay, and there's the third. And yeah. So, for the final piece of heart, we are going to need to progress into Turtle Rock. And to do that, we need to beat the other 2 we need to beat at least Misery Mire. So I'm just thinking of the last couple of things I can do at this moment. So I think that's it. I found all the heart pieces, and A Link to the Past doesn't have any real other progression things. Like, well, any other, like, optional rewards. So, I'm just trying to think. Because, yeah... Just looking at a list of the items right now and making sure that I don't have anything I can go for an upgrade for. So I have all 4, I have every heart piece I can get, aside from the one that I need to go into Turtle Rock for. I have all of the items. I've traded the ones in that could be upgraded into something or turned into something else. I've got the medallions. I have all 4 bottles. So yeah, all that's left is going to be finishing the game, really. Just beating the remaining dungeons, collecting the 1 piece of heart on the way out, and That's it. Huh. That's actually kind of neat. I always kind of underestimate how, like, how long it would take to find things. Also, I'm looking at these items and seeing GBA port only stuff. Right. There was a whole mini quest that gives you stuff and gives you an ability that is not in this game full on. But that requires to do the, like, multiplayer mode for swords. Oh. But yeah, with that... Huh. So yeah, like I said, I need the 3 crystals remaining. Then I need to do the final dungeon. I need 1 more heart piece to get all the optional heart pieces. Optional heart containers. Everything else to get to upgrade, I need to do the remaining dungeons for. The 1 item I'm missing is a dungeon item, and any potential upgrades to my equipment will also be gotten thanks to completing dungeons. So yeah, that's it for now. I've done all the optional stuff. All but like 1. So yeah, with that being said, save and quit. So by the way, here's a neat little thing. Unfortunately, the game doesn't differentiate between dying and saving and quitting. Well, saving. So every time I save and quit, that does count as a death. Like, I have a bunch of deaths on my file, but I have more just from saving and quitting. So like, if I were to do a true deathless run, I would have to never save and quit. But yeah. Anyways, that being said, so yeah, next week is going to be the final session of Link to the Past. Having 100% of the game, too. So, yeah. Been a nice time. I really love this game. It is one of my favorite games of all time. It regularly fluctuates being my favorite game of all time. And yeah. Next week is going to be the last session of it before we move on to Link's Awakening. So, that all said, thanks to anybody who joined in over the course of this, and yeah, catch y'all next time.